Worcestershire. So the leader of the championship at the moment is Alex Summers on 113 points, from Wallace Mingies on 111, and Scott Moran on 103. Alex is in 5 wins at the moment, and Wallace on 4. So all very close at the top of the table there. Bit of a gap after that, after Scott, to Matthew Ryder, who is on 80 points in his first year in a big single-seater racing car. So he's doing very well. A couple of tied third places, and also set records at Harewood in coming in third there. In the HillClimb Cup, which is for the class-based championship, where in your class you score points against other registered competitors. There's only 10 rounds of that so far because he didn't go to Craigantlet in Northern Ireland. At the moment is Alan MacDonald from Dalbeattie, who leads the way in that cup with 78 points, but just one ahead of Alex Coles in his Van Diemen, and then another point behind that is Richard Spedding in his Raptor. So we'll try and update you on the scores as the day goes through, but certainly the championship scores, we can readily do that. The HillClimb Cup takes a bit longer, and maybe we're back tomorrow. We'll have an update for you and position after today. So HillClimb is here at Doune, organised by the Lothian Car Club. And your clerk of the course today is Tim Thompson, a former top 10 runner in the British HillClimb Championship and a 2-time winner of a run-off. So he'll be in charge of the meeting today, and you'll also hear the voice on the speakers here of the paddock marshals who are calling up the various batches to come to line and get ready for their runs. There will be a prize giving after today meeting as well, and also one tomorrow. So I hope you can hear me up the hill. I believe the speakers at the very top of the hill are not working today, and I think up towards the end of the tunnel we should be able to hear what we've got to say. I'll try and give you some times, obviously during the afternoon. I have a number of timing points. I can give you a 64-foot time, which I'll explain shortly. A time at Garden Gate, which is right-hander, just before the tunnel. A time at Junction before they cross the meadow, and a time as they go through the S's. And also a speed trap in the tunnel where we can also tell you the speed that cars are doing through that part of the hill. Again, 64-foot time. If you hit 64 feet, first 64 feet in 2 seconds, you've left the line with 1 gravity. If you get below 2 seconds, then you obviously go better than that. And the best time this morning was a 1.90 for Alan MacDonald in his Mini Evo, which we'll talk about when it comes to the line. And also times of just at 2.1 for a couple of the sports cars and the single seaters as well. So it's the first batch is 4 double driven cars, 3 double driven because there was 4 double driven cars in the first batch. A double driven car, it means that 2 drivers are entered in the car and one goes up and the car comes back down again and then change driver and the second car goes up and they both set individual time. So in the first batch there are 4 double driven cars, and generally speaking in every batch you'll get a number of other double driven cars altogether. As I said, the top 12 registered competitors score points, qualify for run-off, of which 10 will score points. And today we've got 41, I believe, registered competitors to have a chance of qualifying. But the first car has just come towards the line now, and that's car number 711, which is Alex Howell's, all the way up from Leamington, the south coast of England, in his Hillman Super Imp. Alex and Jenny are regulars here up at Doune. They come most meetings, and good to see him coming up all that way from Leamington. So Alex has now left the line. 64 feet time 2.57. Heading up to the lower regions of the hill now to get towards Garden Gate. And inside the Garden Gate, to give you an example, it's 24 seconds. The fast single seaters will be doing it in 13-14 seconds. To give you an idea of how quick the hill is. 57 miles per hour through the speed trap and Uptree Junction in 36 seconds. Close behind Alex and just leaving the line now is Mark Lawrence in this AMS Murtaya, John Pitt's car for a number of years. This is a kit car with a Subaru Impreza running gear, turbocharged engine of 2 litres, and Mark is sharing that car with John this year. So Alex Hills is over the line now. It's the first time of the afternoon, and Alex Hills is at 66.13. Following up Mark Lawrence, who's enjoyed picking AMS, is Dylan Flesher, son of the father and son duo Jonathan and Dylan Flesher. New to the HillClimb scene this year, making a mark in the Class B for road grade specialist production cars. They were first and second fastest in practice this morning, with Dylan just 300 of a second quicker than his father. So Mark Lawrence's time in the AMS, Mark Lawrence number 724, I think it was 56.37. And Dylan Flesher's time is 48.05. And the last car in this batch is Alan Reid into Class C2 for modified production cars up to 2 litres. And this is Alan Reid in his Peugeot 205, sharing with Stuart Reid. So Alan Reid is now across the line close, nearly. He's just got through Essendon, 42. Be over the line very shortly. 50.74 for Alan Reid. 50.74. That's the end of that batch, and these cars will now come down the hill into the driver change area in the paddock, and they will slot into the next batch of cars which will shortly follow. And I said that Alex and Jenny Howell come up from Leamington every Doune meeting if they can. The next two drivers you see shortly come up from Devon. Their first time here at the Doune Hill Climb, and a number of people this meeting. A number of first timers here. There's certainly numbers 12 James Hudson and number 13 Jonathan Langmead are both here for the first time, all the way up from Devon. So a few others through the day also have been learning the course this morning with their 2 practice runs. So not a lot of time to actually get to know the course, but the times have certainly been improving all through the morning, as have most people's, as the hill gets a bit warmer and a bit drier. If you haven't been to HillClimb before, then make sure you go and have a look around the paddock at some point during the afternoon, see the cars in close up. Most of the drivers will really have to talk to you about their steeds, all very proud of their cars, so have a chat to them, find out all about it, and if you're interested in getting involved, maybe they can give you an idea of how to start hill climbing in your own car. You don't need a lot of money. A road going car can get you started with a few safety modifications, and obviously crash helmet and overalls. As I said, we've got about 41 registered competitors in the British HillClimb Championship, and in fact Dylan Fletcher was the first one to go up. He did a 48, but you need to be in the 39s or 38s to qualify for the runoff, I reckon, at the end of the day. But the next car's on the line, and it's number 12, it's James Hudson in his Golf, third quickest in the class in practice. So James has left the line in his standard looking Golf. He's up to the starting gate in 18.8 seconds. Quicker than the other car in the class so far. And up through junction now, heading across the meadow. The motor lead Ray. And a time for... And Jonathan Langmead has now left the line. And the loses the lead, 135R. Set a class record at Gersten Doune recently, but James Hudson has had a problem somewhere because his time is going on and he hasn't reached the S's yet, so there must be an issue with James Hudson up near the top of the hill. If you're in the meadow, you'll see what happened. Unfortunately, I'm down here in the paddock by the start line, and it's difficult for me to see anything happening on the hill. But hopefully James is okay, and we'll wait to see what the feedback is from that. That's going to be a failed run for James Hudson. And obviously Jonathan Langmead will presumably get a flag and we'll get a rerun. Yeah, so James Hudson's up now as a fail officially, and the flag for Jonathan Langmead he'll be turned round and sent back down to have a rerun. Tyres nicely warmed up, ready to go. So I report back that James Hudson has said it's a bit too keen, no damage apparently to the car, and he should be coming back down presumably under his own steam. So Jonathan Langmead spins his tyres to get up to a bit of heat in them. up to towards the line for his second attempt at doing this run. So his friend James from Orchards and Mary in Devon are failed there. And Jonathan, who's a golf professional down in Devon, and now left the line a tenth quicker than his first attempt, so 2.43 for 64 feet. And then following Jonathan is the first of 3 Renault Clios in this class. So James Lovell in his Clio 197. He was also registered for the championship, but was unlikely to qualify, but he is about to leave the line, left line now. James Lovell away from the line as Jonathan Langmead goes up towards the S's. 44.70 S's, so we're looking for the 52 second one, 51, 52 maybe. Maybe a bit more, 53, he's gone by 53.84 for Jonathan Langmead, which after 3 cars takes lead in the class and is nearly second quicker than best practice time. James Lovell is on the hill now, a bit slower than Jonathan, but he'll be up towards the S's very shortly. Probably looking at high 50, high 58, 59 for James. And then we have the practice leader in a Renault Clio 172, Robert Marwood, who's also doing well in the HillClimb Cup. Had a bad day at Gurston in one of the rounds and didn't score, but he has a couple of records on the way so far, to running second I think in the championship, the Cup. So James Lovell across line, 59.96 for James Lovell. And Robert Marwood, 4 seconds quicker than James to the Garden Gate, and 6 seconds quicker to Junction, so that should be a good low 50, 52 maybe, for Robert Marwood. It's a 53.8 to beat Jonathan Langmead. And the next runner off the line is Jim King in his Mazda MX-5. 51.41 for Robert Marwood, 51.41. So that's only half a second away from the class record actually. The class record holder is on the hill, Jim King, but not in his Renault Clio, from which he set the record 7 years ago now, but in a Mazda. And he's a bit slower than Robert through Junction and through the S's, and it's going to be about a 53 for Jim I think. Mazda not quite as quick as the Clio was. So Jim King is a 54.75, which puts him third in class at the moment. And the last of the Clios, the third Clio, is Derek Rothnick, like Jim King from Inverurie. It's Clio 182, so what he did a 52.2 in practice to be second. If he beat that, he'll still be second. If he can win a second, he'll go into third. It's a 51.71, so just 3 tenths behind Robert Marwood, and lying second in the class. Hill now, and well on the hill, well across the meadow, is Rodney Isles in his lovely Alfa Romeo 4C. Rodney, a 3-time British Sprint champion, and now, and then into big single seaters now, running this lovely Alfa Romeo in the road going class. Unfortunately, the only driver in the class today, so he's competing against himself, 55.90. And going to the road going specialist cars, class B now, is George Emerson, number 26. He was top in practice behind the Fleshers. And he's at a 51.66. We'll go second at the moment. And following George is Jerry Howell in the family Hillman now, which Alex set a 66 second. Jerry a bit quicker than Alex in practice. And after Jerry we have the AMS for the AMS for tie again in the hands of the owner John Pick. John is moving off this morning in the meadow. He ran along the damaged bars a little bit, but the car was fairly straight after, so not too much damage to the car, mainly the bodywork. So John is well up the hill. John is well up the hill. Time for Jenny Howell, 63.65. So yes, 2.5 seconds quicker than Hudson Alley. And after John Pitt is this lovely Lotus, you can see V6 Cup, 3.5 litre supercharged of Robbie Burrow, who started using it on the hills this year. A time for John Pitt of 54.62. He's put in third in class at the moment. So I'm sure Robbie Burrow will be a bit quicker than that, about a second quicker possibly. So Robbie Burrow through the S's in 42 to 82 cents difference to John Pitt. How does it compare to the Fleshers? 51.77, so Robbie, 51.77. And the only car left in class C1, Gavin Nate. Gavin Nate, the class record holder in class C1, which is set last year at this meeting, is Peugeot 106. A bit slower than his record in practice. That's 50.43, so it's still nearly a second and a half slower than his record. And on the hill, and near the top of the hill actually, is Jock Ramsey in this bright orange Opel Manta. Off the glass, you know, just the rate himself, he does that with a 50.67 for John Ramsey. And this is now into the class C2, and Angus Drummond, but it looks like he's having trouble because no time at Garn Gate, and a fail has come up for Angus Drummond. So a bit of a delay there now because in the lower regions of the track, Angus Drummond had a bit of an accident, and Howell now in recovery, so after a bit of a delay, as the clouds are rolling in, and it's quite chilly. So hopefully the rain will stay away, and along this recovery stage for this point integra of Angus Drummond. So yeah, apparently part of the wall has been slightly demolished, so there may be a bit of a delay till we get the rocks off the track. But going back to the classes we've had on total so far, just a couple of classes completed. Class A1 for road going series production cars, so that led after the first run by Robert Marwood of 51.41. Get Rothnick at 51.71, Jonathan Langmead 53.84, and then Jim King 54.75. So a good balance there between visitors and locals. In class Road car A2 on the Rothnick Isles in that class, so you did a 55.9. And we've still got one car to go in Class B, that's Johnson Fletcher. And Class C1, Gavin Neat, the only runner, 50.43. So that's all we've got in the way of completed classes so far. Going back to Class A1 of the 4 registered contenders in the British Hill Climb Cup. Obviously Robert Marbury is the winner amongst those, and he, the 51.4, will pick up 9 points, which is his 6th winner of the year in that class. He's running 6th in the championship at the moment, but he has only scored in 8 of the 10 rounds. And runner-up points in that class will go to Jonathan Langmead, who has scored record points at Gurston end of last month, and third in the HillClimb Cup points, and that will be James Lovell. And James Hudson failed to finish, obviously. So if you do go down to the paddock and are wondering looking at the cars, what one should you look out for? Well, a number of very interesting cars down the paddock, some modern, some old. Head down towards the Class G area, numbers 61 to 64, for the sports lever cars over 2 litres. Here we have ranging from a Morris Mini Evo to a Volkswagen Beetle and a couple of other specific sports racing cars. But of course, it's not a normal Mini, it's not a normal Beetle. So head down towards that corner of the paddock, have a chat to Al McDonald about his amazing Mitsubishi Evo engine, 4-wheel drive Mini, where the only Mini parts are the door hinges, were actually boot hinges, I believe, from an original Mini. And if you want to know more about Alan, a very interesting, very long career in motorsport of various types, TT motorcycle racer, Manx Grand Prix winner. Head on to the British HillClimb Championship website and you'll find a profile of Alan on that website detailing his time through mini drag racing and motorcycling. And glad to say that we've got cars ready to go once again, so that clear up did not take as long as was expected, I'm glad to say. So we've had a car to the... yes. Anyway, Jonathan Fletcher is up near the finish now, heading across the line, 47.63, which I think puts him into the lead of the class. 47.63. Indeed, Jonathan Fletcher now leads that class, Class B, 47.63. So Stuart Reid in the Peugeot 205, Stuart from Blair Gowrie. Alan Reid is a 50.74. Jury is now across the middle towards the S's. He's Bray. He's followed by the second of the Peugeot 205 in this class, which is David Adam, the class record holder in his Peugeot 205. Time for Stuart Reid of 46.83. That's quicker than David Adam did in practice, so David's got some work to do to get below that. David a bit slower than Stuart to the S's, and it's a bit of a slower time. It's a 47.40 for David Adam. So Stuart Reid leads the class.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 2 at the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 2 at the start line now.
So we're now, there's some more double drivers at the end of this batch, and the first of these is John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury, sharing the car with Mike West, who will be up in the next batch. This, I think, is our first time here at Doune. He's following the low 60s for John. It's 64.40 for John McQuillan. That's the first car in that Class M. Up to 2 litres. Followed by 56 John Ramsey. Vauxhall Nova. Again a sports lever. And that's a 52.50 for John Ramsey. And the third double driving car in this class now is Richard Mallett. Richard and Stephen, Richard the father of Stephen, driving the first of the 2 Radicals we have. Radicals very successful sports racing cars on the circuit and in sprints and hills. This is the PR6, the central single-seater version of the Radical. Richard and Stephen did a lot of travelling last year in the British Sprint Championship. A time for Richard Mallett of 54.54. last car in this batch, I believe, is Anime Furnace, and the other Radical, which she shares with Oliver Wright. So Anime, yeah, Radical PR6. They have been here before, last year once, in a different car. So it's first time in the sports racing Radical, and she's going across mine in about 53. Well, it's 55.10, so she's lost a bit of time in the last part of the hill there compared to Richard Mallett from the essence to the end of the hill. That's 4 cars there for that class for sports leaders up to 2 litres. Well, we do go back now to the modified cars class C2 between 1400 up to 2 litres, and the leader there after the first run is Stu Reed in his Peugeot ahead of David Adams. So Stu Reed 46.83, David Adams 47.40. Third in class is Jock Ramsey in the Manta with 50.67, and Alan Reed 50.74. Of course, Angus Robin has a fail. And going back to Class B, in that class, Jonathan Flesher's late time there, 47.63. Is in first, is Dylan Flesher, 48.05. And third is George Emerson, 51.66. Ollie Burrell, 4th, John Pick 5th, and Mark Lawrence 6th. As I was saying, if you go to the paddock and have a look at the Alan McDonald's little mini Evo with a 2.4 turbocharged Mitsubishi 4-wheel drive underpinnings. Also look at Jim Collins' amazing Volkswagen Beetle, 3.6 litre engine, that one, Porsche engine, up from 2.7 last year. There's a few issues this year with the transmission because of the extra power, but he's managed to do 2 runs so far up the way of Doune successfully. So look out for the red Beetle going up the hill. The 2 other cars almost seem normal as compared to those 2, but Simon Bainbridge's SB Racing Chrono, more often seen on the wide open spaces of airfields for sprinting. So it's a bit large for Doune, but he's managed successfully to get between the banks and the walls at the lower half of the hill. And he'll be looking to improve in his times to get on to par with David Seaton's now 40-year-old Pilbeam, believe it or not. Pilbeam MP43 is a 4.9 BMW engine. That's an amazing class of amazing cars to look forward to very shortly. They will be running in batch, well in fact they're in the next batch, batch 2, so halfway through this batch you'll see those Porsche racing cars. So the next car to the line should be Jeff Tremolo, who's probably the furthest travelled of all our people here today. Come from Hale in Cornwall, which is very close to Penzance, which is very close to Land's End. So Jeff comes up to Doune as often as he possibly can. He first found out about Doune a number of years ago when he was working up in this area. Fell in love with it, and he's not doing so many hills this year, he says, but he always makes an effort, a big effort to come to Doune every time. So welcome Jeff once again to Doune, and class of 2 only. His other runner, Jonathan Williamson, is also from down that part of the world, but not quite so far, up from Taunton. So 2 long distance travellers competing against each other in the next class. These should be the next 2 cars, and we will see. super impressive four-wheel drive, 2.5 metre turbocharged. So Jeff leaves the line there in 2.39, which is a very good time for a saloon car. He'll be followed by Jonathan Williamson, who should have been shared with Laura Wardle in this Porsche 911 Carrera, which they've been co-driving for at least 35 years, I believe, on hills around the country. So Jeff Tremolo is up through junction at 29.69. And Jonathan Williamson leaves the line. And a time for Jonathan Williamson, first 64 feet in 2.14. So a good time there for a Porsche Carrera. So Jeff Tremolo across the line at 55.67. It is more or less what he did in practice, and Jonathan was half a second slower in practice, so he can't find 6/10 to get ahead of Jeff in this small two-car class. Next to lead the line is Melvin Hartley, number 31, transfer to Class D from the road going class. So Melvin Hartley Westfield Mega Boost at 1300cc. The class really for what Reg Phillips calls locator fields, Lotuses, Caterhams, Westfields, anything with like a Lotus 7. So we've got a couple of Westfields, a couple of Caterhams, and a GBS 0. So time for Jonathan Williamson, he takes the lead in that class, 55.11. So leads Jeff Tremolo by half a second. So Melvin Hartley is followed up by Ross Alexander Sutherland in the GBS 0. And Melvin Hartley nearly across the line now. In a 53.43 for Melvin. Melvin was a bit slower than actually practice time. He was not in practice. Simon Jenks led the class after practice. As Ross Alexander Sullivan approaches the top of the hill, John Hamilton is approaching Garden Gate. So Ross Sutherland across the line, 55.85. And John Hamilton followed up by Simon Jenks. In his Caterham Super Light, 1667 cc's. Time for John Hamilton of 48.83. Simon Jenks is running close that time, a bit slower than John actually, surprisingly, but maybe he'll make it up the top half of the hill. No, Simon Jenks is slower than John Hamilton, 49.66. Was expecting Andrew Griffiths to be next one up after Simon Jenks, but no sign of Andrew. Next car is now Charlie Fraser in the Spire GT3. Back into Class F again. Charlie Fraser, class number 54 in the Spire. Again, a very popular racing car in most racing series down south, particularly the 750 Motor Club. Time for Charlie of 51.70, which is a bit slower than he was in practice. Mike West is on the hill in the Fisher Fury. The co-driver John McQuillan to the 64.4, but Mike was a bit quicker than John in practice. So Charlie Fraser 51.70. Mike West followed up by Paul Ramsey in the Family Nova. Having a close battle with John. So Mike West across the line in 63.84. So again, still slightly faster than the co-driver John McQuillan. Paul Ramsey followed up by Stephen Mallett. So these are cars you've already seen in the hands of other drivers. And Stephen Mallett, quickest of this last batch at the moment through Garden Gate. And in fact, Stephen was second quickest in practice. Time for Paul Ramsey of 51.40, which is second quicker than John Ramsey. Stephen Mallett followed up by, again, another radical, and Oliver Wright. So the two radicals running together. Oliver Wright just quicker than Stephen Mallett to Garden Gate. Time for Stephen Mallett is a 46.85, which puts him well into leading the class. So Oliver Wright be chasing that, and also we now have the class leader, class record holder, and class leader of the practice, Brian Beverly, in his Westfield. But Oliver Wright's time is a 47.12, so just slower than Stephen Mallett, but Brian Beverly now does a 46.34 in practice, so he needs that again to the class lead. And Brian's followed up by this amazing SP Racing Chrono of Simon Bainbridge, Audi power plant, 4.2 litres turbocharged, just two-wheel drive, but body shape similar to an Audi R8 really. Brian Beverly's time 45.45. Brian Beverly takes the lead in that class. So now we've got Simon Bainbridge in the Chrono, followed up by Jim Collins. Jim Collins in the Beetle, and then the noise you just heard was David Seaton time on the Pilgrim. Time for Simon Bainbridge, 46.21, so learning the hill rapidly. That's 3 seconds quicker than his best practice time, so Simon's first visit here, and he's gradually chipping away at that time down substantially there for practice. Jim Collins also first time visitor here. And certainly David Seaton who's left the line at 2.18. Jim Collins 2.1. Jim Collins 2.13, 54 feet. David Seaton 2.18. David's certainly no stranger to Doune. The winner of the fastest time of the day at the Classic event just last month. Jim Collins time 59.29. And David's followed up by Al McDonald. Al McDonald's 64 foot time 1.96. Almost spectacularly quick off the line, Alan. And this should be a battle between him and David for leading the class at the moment. David's seated at 47.07. Al McDonald a bit quicker than him through Garden Gate and through Junction. So could we see a 46-second run from Alan here? And Alan's still quicker than David through the S's, so it could be 46 for Alan. He needs 46.48 to take his second in class, because in fact Simon Bainbridge did 46.21 to lead the class. So Simon Bainbridge definitely comes to third in the hill.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 3 at the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 3 at the start line now.
We'll just go back to that last sports leaver class. Simon Bainbridge then leads the class at 46.21 for from Al McDonald's 46.48. But now we're into the single-seater classes, and this is the up to 1100cc class, Class I. And we've got 3 double drivers in this class. And the first one is Richard Weaver, who's sharing with his son Tom, and the time for Richard Weaver of 51.77. And then we have Richard Summers, father of HillClimb Championship leader Alex Summers. Richard in the family DJ Firehawk, which Alex has driven a number of times here before, but Richard Summers' time 43.06. And the final runner now is Steve Owen, sharing Harry Pick's OMS 3000M. Had a change of car from the programme. So Steve Owen's time 44.26. A few more double-driven single-seaters coming up now. And the first one you after Steve Owen is Caroline Ryder in the Van Diemen Formula Ford 600, which is sharing with Alex Coles, who's second at the moment in the HillClimb Cup. Alex is 17 years old. He had his birthday just after the last Gerstein Down meeting, and is winning his class regularly this year. So Caroline Ryder heading up towards the top of the hill. She's followed by Alan Warburton in the Gould, in the 1600cc Gould GR59, which was finished being repaired at 4 o'clock on Thursday after a bit of an off in Shelby Walsh 2 weeks ago for Alan. But they finally got the parts together and got it fixed in time to come up here. And it's good to see them. Alan sharing with his son David. Time for Caroline Ryder of 56.19. 56.19. And Alan Warburton. Alan Warburton time of 44.33. On the hill we've got Steve Marr sharing Richard Spedding's GWR Raptor. There's a number of Raptors here this weekend, including the very latest one. But Steve Marr is up through junction, up through the S's, head toward the finish line. Alan Warburton at 44.33. Steve Marr is 47, 48, 49, something's gone wrong up there because that is more than expected. 53.39 for Steve Marr, but he took 19 seconds from the S's to the finish line, so obviously a problem there for Steve at the top of the hill. He's well ahead of Alan up to the S's and then slipped badly backwards. So now the second of the Raptors, this is Les Much, one of the original Raptors. He's sharing with Stuart Sugden, who you'll see later. But Les, regular top 10, top 12 contender. And he could do again this weekend, make a flag, and obviously maybe Steve Marr dropped something in the S's, because Les has been flagged, and we'll have to have a rerun. But off at exactly the same time to junction, 21.24 for both Steve and Leslie. But Leslie's been flagged before he gets to the S's. So we'll have to wait and see what the situation is regarding Steve Marr and his Raptor, the Richard Spedding Raptor. So a bit of a hectic few minutes there as the cars ran up the hill very closely to each other. So let's go back and try and review what we've seen. We didn't see Andrew Griffiths in Class D for modified special production cars, so I can only assume he got a bit of a problem there because he would normally run in that sequence. So leading that class, Class D, is John Hamilton, a 48.83 from Simon Jenks, a 49.66. Well ahead then of Melvin Hartley, 53.43 with Ross Sullivan fourth and Andrew Griffiths a no-show. Into sports levers up to 2 litres, and fastest time so far there is Brian Beverley in a 45.45, ahead of Stephen Mallett, 46.85, and Oliver Wright, 47.12. And they are well ahead of the 4th place car, which is Paul Ramsey in the Little Nova. So part of surprising 3 sports racing cars ahead of the Nova, and in 5th place there is Charlie Fraser in the Spire. Then comes John Ramsey, Richard Mallett, Anime Furness, Mike West and John McQuillan. And then into the sports labour cars over 2 litres, and took a bit by surprise there. Simon Bainbridge improved by over 3 seconds from practice to take the lead in the class at 46.21. Al McDonald 46.48 and David Seaton 47.07. With Jim Collins at 59.29 bringing up the rear in the Beetle. And that's the last of the classes we have complete. So after Leslie Much, we were due to have I think just the one other runner perhaps then. Maybe that was actually the last of the batch. So Leslie will have to do a rerun. And that would have been the last of the batch. We'll be coming back and go back again shortly. Leslie Much back down the hill now and up the start line to take his rerun. And he's away. 1:29 for the first 64 feet. The Alan Warburton leads the class of 2 runners so far. 44.33 is the time for Leslie to beat. And he's a good bit quicker than Alan, 3 seconds quicker through junction, so he should be in the 40 seconds or even below. So it's 39.43 from Les Much, 39.43. So far the quickest time of the day and top qualifier, but many more cars to come. So 39.43, we'll see Stuart Sugden in that car a little later. So that's the cars now coming down the hill, ready for batch 3, which will lead off by the single seat up to 1100cc racing cars. Class record here is held by Robert Kenrick in the GWR Raptor BMW, which is a car here this week at number 75, now being raced by Richard the Tostian. One of 4 of the GWR Raptors is here this weekend. GWR, of course, grey and white racing, built up in Aberdeen by grey and white, as was the Predator, which you also see in the hand of Jonathan Hartley in the 2-litre racing car class at number 93. We've seen a much Stockton Raptor, and we've seen a Spedding Mar Raptor. But the next car to line is a Circuit Racing Radar 903, modified for hills with a 1-litre Suzuki engine, and it's Liza Sheridan in the Reynard. Come back into hill climbing from Carnwath down in Lanarkshire. For car number 67, she was 52.9 in practice. Car has left the line. Up to Garden Gates in 19 seconds. Heading up through the tunnel now towards the junction. 67 through the tunnel and 29 seconds to the junction. Followed up by 68, Rory Seaton in the Megapin 9. Rory's first hill climb, 17 years old, son of David Seaton. Previously driven a Suzuki Swift, and now in this Megapin 9 Suzuki, built by Ian Scott. And you'll see another Megapin coming up later in the hand of Tom Graham. But time for Liza Sheridan. Liza Sheridan's time, 52.48. So Rory, a good trial run up in the first practice run and took 10 seconds off at the second time up. So maybe he gets a 50 of some kind, a 60.23 for his past his practice. So we're not far from a 52nd timing. And it looks like it should be, because it's 47 through the S's. And 56.74 for Rory Seaton. So again, a good improvement there, learning all the time in this single-seated Megapin. Number 69, now Gavin McLaren in an OMS 2000M. He's at 55.5 in practice. But he's much quicker than that this afternoon. It's a 52.83 for Gavin McLaren. Now Nigel Pitt in a OMS 3000. Very confusingly similar to the Harry Pick Steve Owen car. Matte black and green. Roll bar, etc. But this is a Nigel Pitt's car from Bromyard down near Shelsley Walsh, very close to Shelsley Walsh in fact. He's a bit quicker than Gavin McLaren, a couple of seconds quicker than Gavin McLaren so far to the junction and through S's. So it should be in the 49s for Nigel, or 48, 47s maybe, or 48.78. And Tom Weaver leaves the line in the family OMS Hornet. This is the ex-Paul Rhodes Hornet, so he had a time living in Scotland before he moved south. So Tom was in Formula Ford last year, and in fact went to the European HillClimb Masters over in Portugal. Again, another 17, I think he is still, 17 or 18 year old, a youngster. He followed up by first number 2. Tom was followed up by the first of our two Grahams from Wishaw. This is Colin Graham in the OMS PR. Time for Tom Weaver, 48.06, which is much quicker than his practice time, so he maybe has a bit of a problem in practice, but nearly 4 seconds quicker. So that's more like it from Tom. Colin Graham now, followed by Tom Graham in the second of the Megapin K7. Colin and Tom, you're very close. Most of the cars in this, in fact all the cars apart from Richard Tosin, I think are all Suzuki's this class. And it's Keith Weeks in a Suzuki engine Formula Ford car on the line, with the Image FF5 as it was originally. Now with a Suzuki engine running in the 1 litre racing car class. Time for Colin Graham of 46.39. As Keith Weeks leaves the line. Followed by Richard Tosin, who you'll find sound a little bit different from the Suzuki's, the BMW, slightly rougher note. But Tom Graham's time, 47.52. So that's Richard Tosin off the line now. 2.13, that's a really good start for Richard. Nigel Pitt at 2.09, so very quick time. So Keith Weeks 44.46. And Richard's will be followed up by Debbie Summers in the Family Summers Firehawk. Debbie was second quickest in practice. 2.04. A really good start here from Debbie. Richard Tosin 41.86. So Richard really gets to grips with this GWR Raptor. He's had it for a couple of years. Debbie quicker down into Garden Gate and half a second quicker at Junction. So Debbie looking for a 40-second run. The moment Richard Tosin leads the class, performance are stopped by 1.2 seconds. So what can Debbie do to restore family honour? .27 from Debbie takes the lead in the class. Followed by Harry Pick, his first run this year in his car, OMS 3000. The second of the black car with the lime green highlights, share with Steve Owen. Steve's at a 44.26. So Debbie Summers now leads the class at 41.27 from Register Contenders. But on the line and leaving the line now is the class leader after practice by a substantial margin, George Cole Jr. George Cole Jr. 2.12, 64 foot. That's the time for Harry Pick. 41.16, so Harry goes into the lead in the class. Not bad for your first time out of the year. We're working George Cole below 40 seconds in practice. That could get him into a run-off later. So we'll wait and see what he does today. This afternoon it's a 38.46. Exactly the same as his best practice time. Now the last runner in the class, David Tatham, the late entry in the programme, number 79. David OMS Hornet, 2 seconds, 64 foot time. So George Cole Jr. substantially ahead by 1.7 seconds in this class. David Tatham heading up towards the East Bray and the S's. Alice Coles, the fastest of the Formula Fords, has left the line. Time for Dave Tatham, 41.75. 41.75 for Dave Tatham. Which puts him fourth in class. Alice Coles followed up by Sarah Wadsworth and her Van Diemen. Sarah was up here in May. Sarah was up here in May for the classic event. came fourth fastest time of the day in the invitation class. So Alex Cole's 49.20, and that's a new class record for Alex Cole's in the Formula 4 class. 49.20 beats Tom Weaver's old record of 49.63. That's the first class record of the day for Alex Cole's. And Sarah Bowes was reached near the top, and followed by Dave Warburton in the Family Gould. Sarah Bowes was 51.38. So we're in the 1600 classes, so David Warburton is on the hook to qualify for the runoff. He's a 38.58 for David Warburton. And Michael Andrew on the line, the only one in this class not registered the championship. Michael Andrew is OMS. So Michael in the red OMS, Tyler McKay in his red for CWR Raptor, number 007 in the tailpipe, the most recent of the Raptors. Time for Michael Andrew of 45.44. Tyler McKay followed up by Dan Gurley, a regular top 12 runner contender, qualified twice this year so far. Time for Simon McKay of 40.15. Dan Gurley on the hill, he was pulled up. Either by Richard Spedding or maybe Stuart Stockton, and see he comes up behind them. And one of the other Raptors. So Dan Gurley in Force TA moves up this class this year for the smaller engine class. There's Richard Spedding behind him. Time for Dan Gurley of 40.51. So the time's getting quicker all the time here, which is spreading to 38.79 in black case.
Attention paddock, can we have cars in the back toward the start line now please? That's cars in the back toward the start line now.
So Richard's followed up by Stuart Stockton. I think for Richard Spedding is a 38.33. Richard is our fastest time, followed David Warburton, led Munch and George Cole Jr. So Stuart Stockton in the hill, in the led Munch Raptor. Obviously whatever happened to Steve Mallett, Richard's getting close to top quite well. Stuart Stockton 37.87 for Stuart, which takes him to the top of the pile. So Lindsay Summers in Alex's DJ Firestorm. Alex is leading the HillClimb Championship at the moment. Lindsay getting the grip of his car. The personal best at Justin Doune recently. The double-driven cars in the over 2 litre swing racing car class. Lindsay Summers 53.43, number 702, followed by Graham Wynn. Graham win number 704. Graham in the schools, he's sharing with Scott Moran. So time for Bridges, someone has said 53.43. Graham wins, followed up by Nicola Mingis. In the venerable Gold GR55B. And then the last run of the class is Bernard Keville. Time for Graham win of 40.60. The 8th place run off, so in the qualifier at the moment. Did a 1.98 for 64 feet and 103 through the speed trap. It's actually the quickest, 105 for George Cole Jr. Even quicker than the bigger George Cole. The fastest speed top profile. Paper player goes 46.15. Hectic phase of particular season. The motoring there. We still have 7 qualifiers, 7 potential qualifiers to go. For the moment, the top 12 are Stuart Sugden, Richard Spedding, David Warburton, Leslie Morse, George Cole Jr., Simon Mackay, Darren Gomley, Graham Wynn, Harry Pick, and David Summers. I suppose the highlight of that last batch was really that time by Alex Coles in the Formula Ford. The record was only set last year by Tom Weaver at 49.63, and that's Alex Coles at a 49.20. And yeah, I was talking to David Findlay, a well-known Scottish journalist, just a few weeks ago. He said to me that he's always back Alex to break that record this weekend, and sure enough, first run he's done it. So see what happens the rest of the weekend. which is Reading 13.33, the Ward Rotten 13.58, and then Bush 39.43. There's still 11 Register Contenders to go. We've got the 2 metre class. There's still 4 cars up to 2 metres, 3 normally aspirated and 1 turbocharged, and then 7 in the over 2 metre class. That's the ones you'll be seeing coming up next. Coming up the line is Iron Price. It is a 1520cc Suzuki engine Force TA. Another one who came up from the lower engine class last year, but he's now putting a bigger engine in 1520. Having a close battle this year with Jonathan Mallett and Lee Griffin is going too shortly. Iron always quick off the line, 2 seconds exactly. Been followed up by another long distance competitor from Newquay down in Cornwall, Ian Tucker in his OMS 28, running a 1690cc. Iron Price heading up towards the finishing line. 40.39 for Iron Price. He's talking now Register the championship. Iron might struggle to qualify with that 40.39. But we'll see, probably the 38 now to qualify. He's not registered. He's called up by Jonathan Barley. The GWR Predator running a Terry Davis engine, V8, 2CD8, and then a lovely Spark Predator. As well, by Grey and White, run a Irish Formula 1 engine. 49.72. Jonathan Farley, let's look against Ireland Price. Well, he's 1.5 seconds quicker into junction than Ireland. So he should be in the 38. He's 1.8 quicker through the S's, so looking for a 38 from Jonathan. 38.22. Jonathan Farley. Called up by Lee Griffith, who has just been pushed back, in fact, from the start line. So obviously a bit of a problem with Lee there. He's also running a bigger Suzuki engine, 1660, but the Jonathan Farley Predator, interesting car. When he first got it, he ran a BDG engine in it, and then got Terry Davis to build this 2-litre V8 based on, I think, a couple of Suzukis in this case. That's a 38.22, which puts him second quickest at the moment. And in fact, that is also a new class record by 0.45 a second. The previous class record 13.67. Well, he has been quicker than that in runoffs. A new class record there, and the second one of the last half hour. A new class record there for Jonathan Farley. That was Paul Hames on the line there. So Paul's stalled the car there, didn't cross the start line, I don't think, with all four wheels, so I think he's getting another chance. And that's better away this time. Paul, that's 1.3 turbocharged Suzuki engine dual, CR59. Overcome a number of issues this year. Did very well at Shelby Walsh just 2 weeks ago. Best weekend of the season. He's up on the Jonathan Farley time, but Jonathan was 112 speed trap and Paul was 105. Well, he's slightly quicker through the junction. Paul Hens, 7th in the HillClimb Championship last year, hence running number 7. He's close to Jonathan through the edge. It's a sugar 38 for Paul, which may be Marshall. 38.25. So not the best for Paul, probably. It's two better than that, perhaps, but currently third overall. And Andrew Patterson on the hill in his turbocharged Force PC. So Andrew Patterson heading up towards the top of the hill. Something wrong there, I think. Only 54 through the speed trap and 51 the junction, 52 to the S's, so a bit of a slow run there for Andrew maybe. Over 60 seconds now going through the finish line, 64.77. So now Lee Griffith has left the line, obviously he sorted the issue he had a few minutes ago. He's looking for 38, I imagine, to qualify. 2.31 off the start line, so a bit slower than Jonathan. Close battle between Jonathan and Lee all year. They just still a bit slower than Jonathan up to junction, but second slower, so maybe a 39, which won't be good enough for the run-off, I don't think, but see if we can do the top half of the hill. Now he's losing time again, still to Jonathan, so it's going to be a 39 at least. That's a 40.13 for Lee. I'm sure he's expected better than that, so maybe the problem he had the start line didn't clear. So that was Lee Griffiths, 40.13, and now we're waiting for the next of the big car, Simon Andrews in the OMS. He shares with Bert Kevill. So Bert is at a 46.15, which is Simon's first target, I imagine. We're still working here. So just testing the PA here, but we're okay. So Paul Cruz up towards the top of the hill, followed by Matthew Ryder, young Matthew, in the early 20s, and newcomer to the big car class this year. Currently lying fourth in the championship, sharing the car with Will Hall originally, but on his own with it now. 13.29 to Garden Gate, 20 seconds to junction. Time for Paul Crute, 51.64. So Matthew Ryder now, 38.08 for Matthew Ryder. He was second so far overall, but Stuart Sugden still leads the way. So Dave Uren, number 6 in the Gould GR55 is shared with Nicola Mingies. Again, another car that had to be repaired after an off-the-shelf we lost 2 weeks ago. Dave won the first run-off and then in the put an incident. But we know that's a fast car for Dave. It's winning top 10 runners for the last nearly 20 years. The GR55. Falling in the hands of Martin Grove. So it's a 38.43 for Dave Uren. So that puts Dave into 6th position. So he should qualify okay though. Trevor Willis leads the line, 3-time HillClimb champion, in another OMS 28. This time with an RPE 3.2 engine. Again, 2 motorcycle 4 cylinders. So Trevor Willis, the first of our 4 runners who have all between them got 12 HillClimb championships, the next 4 runners. So Trevor Willis will be the top of the hill.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 5 to the start line now please. That's cars in batch 5 to the start line now.
So at last Trevor Willis 57.27. It puts him to the top of the pile. Ahead of Stuart Sugden. And Scott Moran's on the way. He's allowed to junction across the meadow. Scott Moran, 6-time HillClimb champion. Then there's the Gould to share with Graham Wynn. And he's a second quicker than Trevor. So give it 36 for Scott, 35.99 for Scott Moran. There's a class record here, 35.58. And Alex Summers was 100 inside that class record in practice. So it's Alex Summers, 2015 HillClimb champion in this DJ Firestorm with the Contour XD 2.65 engine. And now it's followed up by the last Register competitor, who's Wallace Mingy, current reigning HillClimb champion. Time for Alex Summers, 35.56, so that's a class record. 200 inside the old record. And John Qualifier. Wallace Mingy's left line, 64 feet, 1.94. But slower than Alex to the Garden Gate. 110 through the speed trap. And still behind Alex through junction. And 29.7 through the S, it's going to be 35, high 35. 35.81 for Wallace, goes second in qualifying. So next car on the hill, 104, Andy Tippett. And I'll tell you a bit more about this car if it's quieter. Andy Tippett, the Brabham BT30X. 3.5 litre engine. Without the historic sports racing cars up to 1971. Andy Tippett in the Brabham. It's followed up by George Cohill in the Chevy B45. Andy Tippett's time is 59.62. And George Cohill's time. George is followed up by Melvin in another historic BT38. Up to 1985. So there we have the end of that batch and the end of the qualifications for the runoffs. We'll get the official list of runners and riders shortly, but from what I can see, the top 12 registered contenders are Alex Summers, Wallace Mingy, Scott Moran, Trevor Willis, Stuart Sugden, Matthew Ryder, Jonathan Varley, Paul Hames, Richard Spedding, Dave Urin, Dave Warburton, and Leslie Much. The top 12 as far as I can see, but we'll confirm those for you when we get the official from the timing, from the timers. They will be coming to do the top 12 runoff after the next batch of Scottish competitors. As the cars come down the hill, have a look at car number 104, Andrew Tippett, in his Brabham BT30X. If you recognise it, it means you're as old as I am, and you're here in 1970. Because that very car, then running with a 2-litre Climax engine, was in the hands of Mike McDowell, and won the top 10 runoff in 1970 at this very hill. The car then passed on to other drivers, which are all listed on the back wing of the car. And Andrew has been running it for the last 2 or 3 years in a 3.5 litre Buick engine. The car is also very interesting. If you go and actually look at the car in the paddock, back in 68 and 69, the Brabham Works team were looking at the development of wings and aerofoils on Formula 1 cars. And in 68, with the year of the high wings, when they were 3, 4, 5, 6 feet above the suspension on the rear of the cars, and Brabham looked at testing on the front wings, the front suspension as well. And in doing so, if you look at the actual Andrew Tippett car, you'll find a hole on top of the suspension mounting point on either side of the front, and that is the hole which was used to mount the experimental front high wing which Brabham were testing at the time. So the car never actually raced, but it was used by Brabham as a test mule, and then it went into hill climbing via Mike McDowell and then Bob Jennings, who actually owned the car. So let's go back over what we've seen in the way of those classes. The racing cars over 2 litres, led by Alex Summers with a new class record, 35.56, followed by Wallace Mingus, 35.81, and Scott Moran, 35.99. In fourth position, Trevor Willis, followed by Matthew Ryder and Dave Juren. They all qualify for the runoff. Graham Wynn is in seventh position, and Nicola Mingus, Simon Andrews, Bernard Kevill, Paul Crute and Lindsay Summers. Class M, just the one competitor, Andrew Tippett, who wins leading the class at the moment. Class N, the two entrants, George Cohill, winning it from John Albiston. And I'm not sure if I gave the runners in the Class K1, up to 2 litres normally aspirated. Leading the class there is Jonathan Barley, and a new class record of 38.22. Second, Lee Griffiths, 40.13, and third, Iron Price, 40.39. And the fourth induction class, first, Paul Hames, 38.25, Andrew Patterson, 64.77. Now it's Class SA for the Scottish Championship classes, and the first car here is Paul Hunter, number 20, who had an exciting trip up in his first run this morning, hitting a barrier, I think at Garden Gate, and running off the hill also at East Bray. But the car came back out again in practice, the second run, and he's ready to go off the line here. Paul, also a rally driver and part-time commentator here at Doune in the past. Garden Gate this time, and up through the speed trap at 76 miles per hour, which is pretty quick for a Clio, 28.46 to junction. So he's looking at 52, I'd imagine, this time around. He's at 63.9 in track pace. I'm sure Paul will love that one. He's followed up by 109. In addition to the programme, Colin McAteer and his caterer. Just pushing Paul up to junction. He's followed in by John Welsh in this Westfield XTR2. If you're here in May, you've seen John driving a GT40 replica, but this is a regular Westfield. 1400 engine. Time for Colin McAteer is 52.21. Well, I'd be pleased to just pit Paul Hunter there. Good natured banter in the paddock between the two of them earlier on today. 111 John Welsh on the hill, followed up by Les Johnston in the Hillman Imp. John Welsh is up over East Bray now, I'm sure. 42.978. It's quicker than the previous two, surprisingly perhaps, in a Porsche car. 52.23, so in fact 200 slower than Colin McAteer. But very close there between the three of them so far. Les Johnson followed up by 113 Jim Howell in the Mini Cooper S. 1600 it says here. CC. So Les Johnson's time is 61.83. Jim Howell a bit quicker than Les, and the next one should be Alan Cameron in his Porsche 944. Line. We got 59 for Jim Howard out of this one, I'm not sure. 56 at the moment. 59.05. That's a good time from Jim there. So Alan Cameron followed up by the first of the Flying Haggis Racing Subaru Impreza. This one driven by James Fegan. And Alan Cameron did a 59.8 practice. But yeah, James Fegan has left the line. And his Impreza followed by David Reid in his Impreza. A slightly newer one, 2.5 metre turbocharged, but James Fegan 2.19 off the line. Alan Cameron's time in the Porsche is 59.90. James Fegan, David Reid, and then the final runner in this class is Scott Brownlee in a Westfield. James Fegan, 53 seconds exactly. He was fourth after practice, but he slipped down a bit more because Colin McAteer overtaken him this time, and also Paul Hunter. So David Reid was quickest in practice at 51. Scott Brownlee's left the line. Reid to a 51 again. He's a 51 really to take the lead in the class. It looks like he's on the way towards one. 50.58 for David Reid. So Scott Brownlee 7.26. We saw George Emerson racing it earlier in a different class. And after Scott Brownlee, we got John Lowe in his Peugeot 205. Scott Brownlee's time takes the lead in the class, 50.50. So that class ever won by Scott Brownlee from David Reid and Colin McAteer. So John Lowe approaching the finishing line in the Peugeot 55.24, followed by Roland Skinner in the Mini. No sign yet of Kenneth Sutherland in the GBS. Roland Skinner's followed by the first class. This is Neil Goodwood. So Roland Skinner 53.97 to take the leading that class from John Lowe. And Neil Goodwood in the first Mazda, followed up by Christopher McDade in the second Mazda, number 119. They were followed up by James Coulthard in the third of the Mazdas. Time for Neil Goodwood of 54.67. He was the quickest in practice, Neil Goodwood, 54.42, so slightly slower this time around. James Coulthard has left the line. All very consistent off the line, 2.7 or 2.71 between the three of them. Obviously very consistently off the line for these Mazdas. Time for Christopher McDade, 55.87. And after James Coulthard, we've got Leslie and Schooler in Class SM, SN, combined. That's called number 110, MG Midget. Time for James Coulthard, 54.85, and close second in the class behind Neil Goodwood. So Leslie and Schooler on the hill, she was followed by Richard Morris. Richard Morris in this lovely 2.5 litre TVR 2500, running a Triumph TR6 engine, I believe, 6 cylinders. One of the last of the TVR models in that particular body shape. Leslie and Schooler's time. Leslie and Schooler's time 65 seconds exactly. And Richard Morris followed up by Tom Marr and his MG Midget. Tom Marr was the class leader after practice and the 62.8. Repeats that, you're very similar. Richard Morris's time, 66.79. And the last car away in this batch, go back to class SB, is Kyle Sutherland in the GBA 0. He's sharing with Ross Sutherland, who again was an earlier class. So Tom Marr heading up towards the top of the hill along the finishing straight in a 61.99. Easily lead that class by a good 3 seconds. And just wait for Kenneth Sutherland's time, and then we'll get ready for the top 12 runoff.
Attention paddock, that concludes batch 5. Cars in the top 12 runoff, please make yourself to the assembly areas. Please make yourself to the assembly area.
So the final time there for Kenneth Sutherland is 55.42. Class SB there, led by Roland Skinner with a 53.97, followed by John Lowe 55.24 and Kenneth Sullivan 55.42. Class SF the Mazdas, Neil Goodwood 54.67, James Coulthard 54.85, Chris McDade 55.87, and Class SM, Tom Marr 61.99, Leslie and Schooler 65 seconds exactly, and Richard Morris 66.79. Going back to Class SA, led by Scott Brownlee in the Westfield at 50.50, 50.50. Second, David Reed in the Impreza 50.58. Third, Colin McAteer in the Caterham 52.21. And fourth, just 200s behind, John Welsh in the Westfield. So now we come to the climax of the first half of the meeting this afternoon. Remember, we do all this all over again very shortly after the total runoff is finished. Now, looking at the list of runners and riders, there is one double driven car, which is the Leslie Marsh and Stuart Sugden Raptor. So Leslie will go up first as the slower of the two qualifiers, and then we'll come straight back down again, and then we'll start with the rest of the runners and riders. Leslie actually qualified in 12th position, so he's running in the right order, but he just had to go back down to make it ready for Stuart. So the order of running you will see, and the order, reverse order qualifying. So in 12th position is 89, Leslie Much. You can fill this in your programme. The first table towards the back, championship round 13. So Les Much, number 89. Second turn with David Warburton, number 9. Then number 6, David Uren. Then number 88, Richard Spedding. Number 7, Paul Hames. Number 93, Jonathan Varley. Number 708, Matthew Ryder. 789, Stuart Sugden. 5, Trevor Willis. 4, Scott Moran. 1, Wallace Minges. And 2, Alex Summers. Through them again, numbers only. 89, 9, 6, 88, 7, 93, 708, 789, number 5, number 4, number 1, and number 2. If you're not a regular hill climber, you may wonder about, I said that now that Leslie's finished doing his warm-up, I said that Alex Summers set a class record. Well, that's indeed true. Of course, outright hill record is a 34.67, but you can't set a class record in a runoff, and that was on that 34.67. Sean Gould a runoff last year. So Les Much now leaves the line. 2.19 for the first 64 feet, and we'll try and give you all the details for every run. The cars will be one at a time up the hill, so no two cars will at any one time. So Les is away. 2.19, 13.77 to Garden Gate, 98 through the speed trap, and 20.6 the junction. To the S's, so he's looking about 38 seconds probably, 39.55 for Leslie Much. So 39.55 is slightly slower than his qualifying, but he'll turn around to the top, go straight back down again, and we'll get the next 11 cars going off in order. So we've variety of cars here. We've got cars from the 1600cc class, from the 2 litre normally aspirated and 2 litre turbocharged classes, and also all the overtaking classes. We've got GWR Raptors, we've got a couple of Raptors there with the much Sugden car and the Spedding car. We've got GR59 of various sizes, Dave Warburton, Paul Hames, Matthew Ryder, Scott Moran and Wally Mingies. Then we've got one of DJ for Alex Summers and Trevor Willis OMS and Jonathan Varlage Predator. Not forgetting Dave Urin's venerable, as I said, GR55B Chassis 8. All the top 10 runners score points from 10 down to 1, and an extra point is given to anyone who's inside the record as it stood at the start of the weekend. As I said, looking back at Dave Uren's venerable GR55B, his first set, the fastest time of the day here at Doune, back in June 2005, in the hands of Martin Groves, who then set another, well, 14 in total, 60. Sorry, a bit noisy there as Dave Warburton comes to line. Dave Warburton, the dual GR59 with the 1600cc Suzuki engine. Leaves the line. 2.10, so that's quicker than Les much. And 13.19 to Garden Gate, actually quicker. So it's a speed of 105 through the speed trap and 19.8 to Junction. So quicker than Les all the way up at the moment. Look at his essence time. 31.1, so there should be a 38 from David. Better than that, in fact, 37.71, which is quicker than his qualifying by nearly a second. So yeah, I was talking about the Dave Uren car on the line coming up now, the GR55B. Martin Grove set 17 or 117 top end runoffs here in this car between 2005 and 2010. So the car is still going strong. Set a fastest time in the first runoff at Shelby Wall 2 weekends ago. But Dave Uren in the GR55 coming to the line now. And he's away. And the 2.26 from David. Through Garden Gate. 13.4, so the second quickest of the three so far. But 114 through the speed trap and 19.7 to Junction, who's up now at Junction. Across, we are going up East Bay and through to the S's. He's there in 31.5, so he's fallen back behind Dave Warburton again, but he might manage to get the power down over the finish. But it's 38.31, so he goes second at the moment. 38.31. Next to come will be Richard Spedding. 1.6 Raptor. I've been tried with a turbocharged version for a couple of years. He's moved into a normal aspirated 1600 this year. To the 33.3 qualifying, these do the same and better. 2.01, that's the quickest so far off the start line. And a 12.9 to Garden Gate, so below 30 seconds. 105 through the speed trap, 19.4 to up at junction. Fastest through the junction at the moment. Up over East Bray, 30.77 to still top at the moment through the S's. And it should be a 36 maybe for Richard, 37. Oh, it's all of a sudden the time is gone to 40.48. So something happened up there at the top of the hill. Nearly 10 seconds from S's to finish, but it should be about 6 or 7, so maybe a problem with the car at the very top of the hill there for Richard. He's certainly quickest all the way up. So now Paul Hames in the GR59 with a 1.3 turbocharged Suzuki engine. Another like Richard had a lot of trouble with the car over the last few years, but been going better recently. Number 7, so he finished 7th in the championship last year. A good weekend of Shelsley Wallace recently with a 6th or 7th, I think. 1.96, 64 feet. That's the quickest by far so far. .71 again up through the Garden Gate. Speed of 108 and junction 19.27, quickest so far. So 30.8, so on par with Richard, but then Richard's a problem at the top of the hill. So Paul goes through the finish line now, 37.29 to take the lead. Record in qualifying. Of course, he does it again, it won't count as a class record, but it's probably a very good time by a 2-litre normally aspirated car. 2.21, so not so quick off the line, but the car really winds up through the low reach of the hill usually. 13.3, again still down a bit. And 109 through the speed at 19.8 to junction, so the second slowest so far. So maybe not going to do 31.8 to S's, so it's going to be a slow time for Jonathan. Compared 38.37, which is slower than his qualifying time of 38.22. Matthew Ryder, number 7 or 8, Matthew Ryder. 4-litre Johnny engine, fuel. No, 2.16. To guard again, that's quite slow. 109, 20.03 to junction, so it's power at the top of the hill to get up the order here. It's 31.6 in the S's, so it's not going to be top of the pile on this one, I don't think. 37.99. 37.99 from Matthew Ryder there, so Paul Hames still leads the way at 37.2. From David Warburton and Matthew Ryder. So 5 to go. And Stuart Shogden made a remarkable transformation in single seaters. Scored well here last year. 2.09 off the line. 12.7 to Garden Gate, which is the fastest so far. 106 speed trump. 19.08 to Junction, again the quickest of them all. To kind of get the Essence under a 30. It was 31.33, lost a bit of time there in the high speed stretch across the meadow. And it's 38.28, so that one went away from Stuart there a bit after a good start to Garden Gate and the Junction, so 38.28. Puts him into 4th position at the moment. So guaranteed at least 3 points there, Stuart though. So still a good run and still a bit slower than it's qualified. The next line. Now we have the big four. Start out with 3-time HillClimb champion Trevor Willis in his OMS. Did 37.27 in qualifying, which would give him the lead if he repeated it. He's usually very quick off the line, Trevor. Anyway, 1.96 for Trevor, the same as Paul Hames off the line. Up towards Garden Gate. 12.56 again, still the quickest. Speed travel 116, 18.7 to Junction. So this could be a leading time from Trevor Willis. He's headed 31.8, again he's lost some time there. Can you get it at the end? But no, it's a 38.65 for Trevor, so something went wrong there again at the top of the hill. So Trevor's only 7th fastest at the moment then. So he's up to Junction, he's up towards Junction, 18.77, then through the S's he dropped back towards 31.8 to Joseph Hartley's time, and again fell back a little bit again at the top of the hill, 38.65, so unusual, but maybe he went off a little bit, just in the sweepers out up the top of the hill maybe. The red flags are now back in again, so maybe he just ran a bit wide at the top of East Bray or something like that. But now we've got number 4, 6-time HillClimb champion Scott Moran. In the gold he shares with Graham Wynn. That's what it sounds like. The gold revving off, warming his tyre, so Scott is on the line, waiting for the green light. So Paul Hames is still sitting top of the pile, so he's guaranteed 4th position of Paul, his best of the year. Scott Moran 2.08. Garden Gate 12.32, so that's the quickest so far to Garden Gate. And 107 to Speed Trap, 18.3 to Junction, the quickest. So he's 0.4 off of Trevor, but remember Trevor lost some time towards the top of the hill. 29.11 through the S's, easily the quickest. There should be a good 35, 36, 35.31. 35.31 for Scott Moran. Takes the lead by nearly 2 seconds. Well, that's a great run there from Scott. So look at Alex, look at Wallace here now. Wallace swinging. Wallace raising the dust here down, start line I stalled it. After it was born out, he stalled it. We started again, no problem at all. So Willis on the line, reigning Hill Climb champion. He's a 35, anyway, 1.90. Always one of the quickest off the line, Willis. He's doing 11 seconds at Garden Gate. 12.08 to Garden Gate, quickest again. 117, speed trap 18.06 junction. Well up there on Scott by 0.3 of a second. Up his spray over towards the S's. At a 29.02, so if he keeps this going, he should take the lead. 35 seconds exactly for Wallace Mingis. So Wallace takes lead at 35 exactly. So it means Alex is going to do a 34-second run now to win this runoff. So Alex Summers on the line. By the way, 1.94. .64 to Garden Gate. Half a second up in Wallace nearly. 120 speed trap 17.3 to Junction. This looks like a 34-second run quite easily here for Alex. S is 28.2. 34.38, and that's a new hill record. 34.38 seconds. Alex Summers, a new hill record here at Doune on the first run-up of the weekend. 34.38.
Attention paddock, cars in batch 01 to the assembly area please, cars in batch 01 to the assembly area.
So what a sensational end to the first set of runs here, ladies and gentlemen. A new hill record from Alex Summers of 34.38 seconds. Look at the split all the way up, 11.64 to Garden Gate, under 12 seconds. 17.33 to Junction, under 18 seconds. 28.2 to the S's. So we've already had 4 clash records, and that now is a hill record from Alex. And we'll get the cars all back down to the bottom of the hill, and we shall do everything we've done so far this afternoon all over again. That's just half time. More sensational hill climbing to come. As they come down the hill, give all these drivers a good round of applause. Alex Summerhill record holder. Paul Hay was a great position, 4th position there for Paul. Stuart Sugden, your local, 30.28 for 7th position. But they all deserve your applause as they come down the hill. It was a great spectacle of speed hill climbing here at Doune this afternoon. Going through the order from the top. First, Alex Summers, 34.38. Second, Wallace Mingis, 35 seconds exactly. Third, Scott Moran, 35.31. Fourth, Paul Hames, 37.29. Fifth, David Warburton, 37.71. Sixth, Matthew Ryder, 37.99. Seventh, Stuart Sugden, 38.28. Eighth, David Duran, 38.31. Ninth, Jonathan Varley, 38.37. 10th, Trevor Willis, 38.65. 11th, Les Much, 39.55. And 12th, Richard Spedding, 40.48. So with that win and a hill record, it means that Alex now moves 4 points ahead of Wallace in the championship after today's first round, the 30th round of the championship. Down here now, there's dust flying around, but just for the moment we'll be starting the second run very shortly, and I shall report. I'm just off to give myself a drink, so I'll be back hopefully early on in the second run, and we'll keep you up to date with what is happening. Right, hello, welcome back. Just been a quick trip around the paddock to find out the story behind the times in the last runoff, and we'll get back to those shortly. At the moment, just looking at the cars brothers riders we just had. I'll bring you up to date with the times for them as we go into the second runs. Starting off with the A1 class and the double driver there, Alex Howell. I think it was 66.82. And going on to the next double driver is one number 724 in class B, 57.48. That was Mark Lawrence, and then Dylan Flesher, number 728, is a 47.81, which is an improvement but not quite enough to lead from Jonathan Flesher. And then the double driver in the modified cars, number 737, Alan Reid, 50.80. Class A1 again, and the first car, James Hudson, who you remember didn't reach the top the last time. This time he's done it in 51.65, which actually pushed him straight to the second position in the class. And Jonathan Langmead is now heading up towards the top of the hill. 52.88, which is his best of the day so far. 52.88, but leaves him in third place at the moment. Then we get James Lovell on the hill in his Renault Clio. So James Lovell's time, 59.98, just 200 slower than his first run. And Robert Marwood, the class leader, the 51.41 to lead the class, has a 50.69, which is a new class record for Robert Marwood. The fifth class record of the day, I think that is now. Robert Marwood, 50.69, which beats Jim King's 7-year-old record. And it's Jim King on the hill now in the Mazda MX-5, slower than his Renault Clio, and so he's not going to get his record back again. But that for Robert Marwood, his first visit, I believe, here to Doune, and that's a class record. That's pretty impressive. Jim King for the 54 seconds exactly. And then Derek Rothnick, he was second after the first run on 51.71, so can he break into 50s? He's half a second behind Marwood, so probably just a low 51 for Derek Rothnick. 51.56, a slight improvement, but stays second in class. And then on to class A2 is Ronnie Isles in the Alfa Romeo. He's running himself in this class. There's a 55.9. First run. .04, so pretty close times, but obviously wins the class And back to Class A1, and it's the final runner, Jenny Howell in the Family Hillman Imp. Who's lying in 6th position after the first run, but she'll drop their position because of James Hudson completing a run. So Robert Barbie has won that class, as I say, with a hill record, with a class record. David Rothnick was second, and James Hudson third. So Jenny Howell finished top 65.06. And George Emerson is the one behind her in his Westfield SEI, followed by Robbie Burrell in the Lotus Exige V6 Cup. So George Emerson time, the 50.99. It's a bit of improvement, but leaves them in 3rd position. They're well behind the Fleshers, everybody else in the class. And Roy Burrell's followed up by John Pick in the Martaya. Roy Burrell 50.57, so that's a slight improvement. In fact, goes ahead of George Emerson to 3rd in the class. And following John Pick up is Gavin Neate, sole runner in Class C1. John Pick at 54.62 in the first run. Improves that today to 54.54. Gavin Neate followed up by Joe Ramsey, the Orange Panda. Then we probably won't see Inges Drummond because he went off the last time, but we'll wait and see. Gavin Neate, 49.94. Ramsey heading towards the finish line. Jock Ramsey now 50.47, so slight improvement for Jock, but still leaves her in 3rd position. Stu Reid on the hill now in the Peugeot 205, leading the class after the first run, just ahead of David Adams, who's to follow. So Stu Reid is up towards top of East Bray and through the S, it's 37.98 there, so look at a 45.83, a full second improvement and very close to the class record.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 2 at the start line now please. That's cars in batch 2 at the start line now.
So Stuart does 600 away from David Adams' class record. So what can David do himself in his Peugeot? And he's David Adams away from the line. Bit of a slow win, a bit rough sounding in fact. I don't think he's got very far at all, has he? In fact he's failed there, so David Adams failed in that run, so the class win for Stuart Reid. Jonathan Fletcher now on the hill, the last runner in Class B. Already won the class with his first run time of 47.63. Ahead of Dylan Fletcher. So can Jonathan improve his time? Much slower for Jonathan Fletcher, 50.64. Now we're into double drivers in the sports levers up to 2 litre class. So first one here is John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury. And he's followed up by John Ramsey in the Little Vauxhall Nova. John was 6 up the first run. So John McQuillan, number 755. Below 60 hopefully for John to keep his improvement. Every run he goes up, he's 64.4. And that's a 61.6. That is a good improvement for John. Getting used to the hill. And John Ramsey, 51.35. Also improving and puts him up into ahead of his co-driver Paul Ramsey, and puts him up into 4th position in fact. And heading towards the top of the hill now after John Ramsey, we've got Richard Mallett in the first of the Radicals. And followed by Anime Furness in the second of the Radicals. Both PR6s. Single seat, central single seat version. Richard Mallett 55.01, it's a bit slower. And Anime Furness, which is the last car in this batch. David Adams' car gets pushed back to the paddock, having failed just after the start line. Anime Furness will be at 40. Well, it's at 55.1. First of all, this was a lot quicker. 52.15. So a good 3-second improvement there from Anime Furness. So that's that batch of cars come back down over towards the paddock. So let's look back to the to the runoff. Which we had a few minutes ago. There's two drivers who seem to run into problems at the top of the hill. Richard Spenny was going well, and then he lost some time, and apparently one of his drive shafts pulled out, which was the same issue that affected Steve Barr earlier on in the day. So that's why he was slow towards the end and finished in 12th. The other one who was slow, going well then slowed at the end, was Trevor Willis, and he went off at the top of East Bray, which is very annoying, as we know. So Trevor had a bit of an off up there, and that's why he slipped down to 10th in the end. So that was the main reason behind those two slower than expected runs towards the top of the hill. So good luck to them the second time around. Hopefully they'll get back into runoff and be able to repair some of that damage to their point scores. Anyway, that's the first batch just finished, and going back down into the paddock now as we look towards the next lot, beginning with Jeff Tremolo in his Subaru should be the first car up. As it is, and going back to the Class A1 was won by Robert Marwood from Derek Rothnick, and James Hudson coming back after failing in his first run. And Class B was won in the end by Jonathan Flesher from Dylan Flesher, and Robbie Burrell came through to take third in that class in the end. Gavin Neate won Class C1, and Class C2 was won by Sure Reid. Class C2 was a Sure Reid from David Adam, John Ramsey, and Alan Reid. Now Jeff Tremolo is on the hill. Again, a good start for Jeff, 2.18 for 64 feet. He was second in class. Sorry, a bit of a biscuit caught my throat. Second in class by Jonathan Williamson, the other runner who's next to go. So Jeff needs to find about 3/4 of a second to secure lead again. And he's done it in fact, 54.97 for Jeff Tremolo, gives him the lead over Jonathan Williamson. So Jonathan is on the hill now, but he's a bit slower towards Garden Gate than Jeff, so how will he fare up the rest of the hill? Still a little bit slower than Jeff through the junction, so maybe Jeff has actually managed to win that class from coming from behind. Well, no, and Jonathan now up as he goes through the S's, so maybe the Porsche is better the top half of the hill. Fifth, and in fact Jonathan picks up a full second in Jeff there to a 53.95 from Jonathan, wins the class by over a second from Jeff. So different characteristics of the cars showing the way that Jeff was quick at the bottom half of the hill and then Jonathan came through the top half. Now Ross Sutherland in the GBS 0 in Class D for modified special production cars. This class was led by John Hamilton after the first run, and ahead of Simon Jenks. So time for Ross Sullivan of 54.36, which is a good improvement, but leaves him in fourth position. We didn't see Andrew Griffiths earlier, so we'll see if he appears this time. John Hamilton on the hill. And Melvin Hartley is also on the hill. 51.14 for Melvin Hartley. Okay, so Andrew Griffin is actually going home as a non-starter. I mean, been here in practice, but yes, his time practice was quite slow for Andrew, so I imagine he had an issue, and so he won't be seeing him today or tomorrow. Going back to Newcastle under lime and pottery, so obviously something he couldn't cure overnight either. So a time for Melvin Hartley 51.14, for John Hamilton 48.20, so that's an improvement. So can Simon Jenks find a second? And he's about to leave the line now. No, he's not. He's having a bit of trouble. And the launch patrol is playing up. He had a few troubles at Shield 2 weeks ago. I was watching him. Gone back to try and get restaged again, and this time he's off. Sometimes Jenks has been successful in there. He's at 48.66, he's now got 48.2 to beat. It was quicker than John Hamilton to Garden Gate. Quicker through Junction. So maybe he can do it. He's a 47 probably. Yes, he's still got a chance to do it. He's still quicker through the Essex. So Simon James quick snatched the class here from John Hamilton. That's a 47.75. He does. Simon Jenks wins that class from John Hamilton and Melvin Hartley. So Charlie Fraser on the hill in the Spire GT3 in the sports labours up to 2 litre class, class F. Followed by Mike West in the Fisher Fury. Charlie Fraser 48.07. Which boosts him up into 4th position, up 1 place. Above the next car to round is Paul Ramsey, falls at 51.4. So Charlie Fraser found 3 seconds there, so obviously there's an issue the first time up. So Paul Ramsey had to find 3 seconds as well to get back in front. Mike West meanwhile is approaching the top of the hill. And 58.54 for Mike West. Again, that's a big improvement. He obviously holds an issue in the first run. All the times found 5 seconds as well, so the Paul Ramsey find a good improvement. Maybe can fight. 50.81 for Paul Ramsey. Not enough to get back above Charlie Fraser. Stephen Mallett, who was second in class, is a 46.85. There's a 45.60, but that doesn't take him above Ryan Beverly, who still leads. Oliver Wright now, who is third in class. And the second of the Radicals. And then Ryan Beverly is the last man in this class. So what's Oliver Wright going to be able to do? I think he's been slower than Stephen Mallett. Looks like a 46, 47, 46.65 for Oliver Wright. And Brian Beverly just pushed his car back here into the beside the start line, so it doesn't look as though he's going anywhere. And yeah, Brian Beverly got a problem with the clutch pedal, so he's not going to be going anywhere this time around. But he still wins the class with his first run time. One line now is Simon Bainbridge in the amazing SB Racing chrono. Improved every time so far by 3 seconds. So 46.21 led the class after the first runs, sneaking ahead of Alan McDonald. .95 through the speed trap for Simon Bainbridge. Jim Collins leaves the line in the Volkswagen, 3.6 Porsche engine Volkswagen. Simon Bainbridge now heading up towards, looks like another improvement for him. And another 2 second improvement, 44.33 for Simon Bainbridge, 44.33. That'll be a tough time for Alan McDonald to get up to, or down to. Jim Collins now on the hill. And Jim followed by this wonderful 40-year-old pillow beam of David Seaton with the 4.9 litre BMW engine. Jim Collins 59.10, small improvement. David Seaton, there's the line now. 2.15, the Volkswagen was 2.16, so 2.15 for David Seaton. David's quicker than Diamonds at Garden Gate and to Junction, so can David get ahead of Simon Bainbridge? Going through the S's, Simon at 57, no, David's lost a bit of time, they're up over East Bray, so it looks like Simon's maybe got this one. Yeah, David slows to 45.28. So he pushes Alan McDonald down to third position now. 1.86 off the start line, 64 feet, 1.86, that's the quickest we've seen all day from Alan McDonald. And he's pal with David Seaton all the way through up to Junction, pretty close. He's slightly slowing David over through the S's and slowing Simon Bainbridge, so it looks like he needs to 45.56 for Alan McDonald, so that's third in class. It's a win for Simon Bainbridge, his first visit to Doune. Second David Seaton, third Alan McDonald, fourth Jim Collins. Richard Weaver now, 771 in the first of the 1100cc class. And he's followed up by Richard Summers. Richard Weaver 50.92. And over Richard Summers, and then shoot to Steve Owen after that. Steve Owen in the OMS.
Attention paddock, cars and badge 3 to start line now please. Cars and badge 3 to start line now.
So Richard Summers are 43.25. Leave him in 6th position at the moment. And the last person is badge number 77, Steve Owen. Sorry, not the last badge, it's followed by a few more actually. So anyway, Steve Owen, 43 points. Steve Owen, 43.72. Caroline Ryder's next up. then we'll have Alan Warburton, Steve Barr and Stuart Sugden and Les Butt. But the car line right in the Formula 4, they're now the car which now holds the class record. Kept by Alex Cole. It is run earlier, car line rider now. Followed by Alan Warburton, number 709. Carline rider 56.68. Alan Warburton, followed up by Leslie Much. So maybe we won't see Steve Barr. I see Richard Spedding had issues with the drive shaft at the end of his runoff, and they will be trying to fix it still, or maybe preserving it for Richard for his runs. But at the moment, Alan Warburton is at 42.18, it's a good improvement for his 44 earlier, and Les Much then is the last one in the class. There's a 40.09 for Les Much, qualified 12th for the first run off, 38.43, so that 40.09 may not be enough this time around. We'll have to wait and see how everybody else does. So that's the end of that batch.
Attention paddock, could Ian Thompson come to the Secretary's office please? That's Ian Thompson, thank you.
Going over some of those classes, Class C3, Jeff Tremolo was beaten in second run there by Jonathan Williamson of 53.95, for Jonathan 54.97 for Jeff. In Class D, Simon James came through to win that class at 47.75, and John Hamilton 48.2, and Melvin Hartley 51.14. In Class F, up to 2 litre sports levers, Brian Beverly didn't take a second run but still won the class at 45.45. From Stephen Mallett at 45.60, Oliver Wright 46.65, and Charlie Fraser 48.07. Then the over 2 litre class, sports levers, Win for Simon Bainbridge, 44.33. From David Staton, 45.28. Al McDonald, 45.56. And that's all the classes so far which have been completed. So back to action now with Class I up to 1100cc single seaters, and it's Liza Sheridan, number 67 in the Reynard. Class currently led by George Cohill, and led followed by Rory Seaton, who did his first hill climb, 17 years old, down to 56.74 now for the first run. So we've looked at a few more seconds off that. It's going to get harder to get as you go down to get more seconds off. Leslie Sheridan 53.45, 53.45. Rory Seaton followed by Gavin McLaren in his OMS. So Rory Seaton in his Megafin. 60 seconds in practice, 56 in the first run. And that's a further improvement to 54.11. So well done there. Gavin McLaren followed by Nigel Pitt in his OMS. Followed up shortly by Graham, I think. At the moment Nigel Pitt's the only car on the hill. Tom Weaver, actually, that follows up Nigel Pitt, number 71, Tom Weaver later. Number 7. There. So Tom Weaver, number 71, Formula Ford last year. In fact, he was the Formula Ford record holder until this afternoon. Tom is followed up by Colin Graham. Colin the OMS PR. But Tom Weaver is a 47.02. All through the day. Heading up towards the top of the hill. And Tom Graham leaves the line. Colin Graham 46.39, which is exactly the same as his first run. Very consistent there. Tom slightly slower than Colin in the first runs, and then Keith Weeks in this image SF5 ex-Formula Ford car. Keith has been travelling down south this year. He was at Chelsea Walsh a couple of weeks ago. So Tom Graham had time 48.48. And Keith Weeks now in his Suzuki engine image is followed by Richard Tossian in the BM. There's something going wrong there with Keith. The computer's just gone. So he's got to junction. And no time after that, and we've stopped the car here. So red flag for Keith Weeks there. As a fail for Keith. Hopefully he's okay. So it looks a bit of delay now because the colour vehicle's just got up the hill with a fencing post attached to it as well. So maybe a bit more delay for the next runner gets underway. Hopefully Keith is okay up there. course, for the British Sprint Championship, which held mainly on flat airfields or race circuits, although it does visit Knock Hill and Anglesey, and I suppose both those circuits would be one of the few places that have held sprints and HillClimb at various times during the year. The Sprint Championship will be visiting Knock Hill later on in the summer. I think only cover one day this year. They usually visit two, one to clockwise and one anti-clockwise. And I mention this because obviously Simon Bainbridge, who just won the sports lever class, came fifth in the British Sprint Championship last year, and is currently lying about seventh. This year's championship, very closely fought battle. He's the only sports car amongst a lot of single-seaters, but the flat circuit allowed the special legs of the FP are chrono, much more than it does here at Doune. Obviously picked up the trick of getting up Doune quickly, very quickly, and a 44.33 is of course minutes stand off the 50. His first practice run is obviously a quick learner. And also competed in eggs, competed in sprint linkages and the cars Rodney Isles in the Alfa Romeo class A2. Rodney is a three-time British Sprint champion. Won it for the first time way back in 1986 and also another crossover. Of course, the British Sprint Championship has been well populated by Scots over the years. 70% I think of the last 10 championships have been won by a British rider. Heather Calder won it twice, Colin Calder 4 times, and Stuart Robbins, Stuart Jr. have also won it. So obviously the Scottish Sprint well done by them. Back in the front was a bit fast, but the car backwards at high speed, but obviously a bit damage at the front, but it's just going to front the barrier. The recovery vehicle is back, part of the course is back, and we should be getting underway again very shortly. In the Robert Kenrick, ex-Robert Kenrick class record-holding Raptor comes to line. BMW engine in this car. And he's away. Bridge was like 5th after the first runs. The 41.86. So the class record for the car is 37.76, so there's potential there for faster times. Rich will be followed by Debbie Summers in the DJ Firehawk. Debbie, having just seen husband Alec break the hill record, she loves to equal or break the ladies' record today, I'm sure, as well. But it's a couple of seconds away. of our best time so far. Away off the line. Richard Matossi in 41.10. So actually two to above Debbie and above Harry Pitt into second place in the class at the moment. So we need to improve from Debbie and from Harry to get above Richard again. So Debbie is quicker than Richard all the way up to the junction. So he's 3 tenths quicker than Richard. Just slower than S is though, so he's going to be 41.5 maybe. 41.49 is slightly slower than the first one. Now Harry Pitt is on the hill. Harry lying second in class after the first run. They just lost out to Richard Matossi. And Harry is quicker than Richard up through junction. And Christian is actually slower through the engine by 1200. So is he going to manage to get above Richard in the last stretch? No, he doesn't. 41.23 for Harry. So we go with so Harry stays in third place there. And next, George Cottle Jr., class leader, after the first run in his Porsche TA. And heading off there, another off after junction. Yeah. So George is obviously an issue there after junction. So another red flag there on the hill. sounds like there's a fair bit of fence damage at the top of the hill in the meadow area, so we were a bit delayed while we repair that, but glad to see the driver is okay, and we'll get started again as soon as possible. So I'm glad to say that's the vehicles coming back down the hill now. The recovery, the fencing truck and the clerk of the course. So hopefully we'll be getting underway very shortly with the rest of this batch of single-seaters. So that'll be David Tatham, who's been sitting there patiently now. David Tatham is the first runner we expect to see in his OMS Hornet. David Tatham coming up towards the line now in his OMS. The 41.75 in his first run to be 4th in class. And he's been moved down to 5th now because improved by Richard Matosian, so he needs to find another half second to move back up. 2.15. Oh, the quick starter, David. And here we're followed up by our new Formula Ford record holder, Alex Cole from Van Diemen. David through the speed trap in 92 and through junction. And Alex Cole leaves the line. He'll be followed up by Sarah Bodworth. Her Van Diemen. David Tatham heading up towards the finish through the S's, and there's a 42.86 for David, so a little bit slower. So Alex Cole's at a new record of 49.20. It's still scary going up there. Learning fast. They improved. Having improved 2.5 seconds from practice, this is looking like another good time coming up. Indeed it is 48.89. Another record for Alex Cole. 48.89. See the Bodworth. Second class at the moment, should keep that. I don't think she'll catch up with Alex this time. So great record Alex goes 48.89. Sarah Bodworth 51, 52, 53.01. 53.01. Warburton been up and over since I looked the last time. That's 38.48 for David Warburton. Didn't be able to qualify the runner the last time. Michael Andrew now on the hill.
attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 4 at the start line now please. That's cars in batch 4 at the start line now.
So Michael Andrew, 46.28. Simon Mackay in the 007 Raptor. He's a 40.15, he looked to break 40 seconds. At 39.76 for Simon Mackay. Darren Gumbley on the hill. He did a 40.51, he was looking for a 39 second as well. Looks like maybe a 40 because he's slower than Simon Mackay, so that's got a 40 something or other. There's a 41.19 for Darren. After Derby, Richard Spedding, Richard had drive shaft issues on his runoff, so hopefully he's fixed that. Steve Marr didn't take his run, but it was due. But Richard Spedding now, he did a 38.33, he's now done a 38.26. So he still stays second class. Stuart Stockton on the hill now had won the class already. He did a 37.87 and came 9th in the runoff. So Stuart Stockton up through the S's. It's a bit slow this time, looking at the time so far. Yeah, that's in the 39.15 for Stuart Stockton, which might not qualify him this time. On to double drivers. And Graham Wynn going first, so maybe we should be expecting Lindsay, but maybe Lindsay Summit, but maybe she's not going this time. Graham Wynn. Graham Wynn being followed up by Nicola Mingis, so assume that Lindsay's not going up this time. And Graham was trying to get the runoff, didn't manage the last time, he did a 40.6 the last time up, so maybe something less than 39 required. Another 40-second run there for Graham, went 40.88. I think I can time for Nicola 42.48 there. Although it has come up as being David Summers, but I think time cues misidentified it. 42.48. And then Bernard Kevill. .87. So it's definitely Nicola whose car went past me here at the start line, and so it's really won 42.48. So time's some getting a bit slower here, some a bit quicker. No pattern emerging at the moment. fastest time so far the second run is David Warburton, 38.48. Going back to the racing cars up to 1600cc, in the second run, the class winner will be Stuart Shogden at 37.87. Richard Spedding actually 13.26 was the quickest qualifier today in that second run. David Warburton at 13.48 in third, Mike Marsh 13.43 in fourth. Cars that are coming down the hill. Some of them have had a long wait up at the top there. So we've got two batches to go. The first batch being the remaining of the single seaters, and then the Scottish Championship classes after that. Then of course the top 12 runoff after all that as well. So it's at the moment top qualifier Richard Spedding 38.26. David Warburton 13.48 and Stuart Shogden 39.15. But still a large number to go. The first of those to go will be Iron and Price and the Force. I think we've still got 11 Register Contenders to take a run. Iron Price up the line in the 1720cc Porsche. 40.39 is first run. And Iron lead the line, 2.03. Tucker, number 92, not registered, or just passed. What's the register to the top? The iron at the top of the hill, 40 points. Iron at the top of the hill, 40.30. Let me stick that right at the first time. Joseph Hartley away from the line. 30.22, a new class record on his first run. So he'll be quite happy to he's probably quite happy to just qualify for this runoff for a 30 second. Really good step that, I imagine. Target is 30.26 original speeding. Fastest qualifier. 38.68. So that's very close to the old record. Slightly slower. Lee Griffiths on the line now. Smaller viscal issue before the start of the first run attempt. And I think the lead got off somewhere as well. I've gone very quiet. I've got nothing for him before Garden Gate. That's a fail for Lee today. Not his best day. So that's Lee Griffiths back into padding now. And we're off to the next one, which is Paul Hames. And the Turbocharged Gould. A very good 4th place in the first run-off for Paul. Again, another one is usually quick off the line. .19 for Paul there. And a 38.78. Simon Andrews is halfway up the hill already, and I was watching Paul's time, and Paul Critt has just left the line. So no sign of Andrew Patterson, who I think had an issue with his car. Simon Andrews at 43.61. Simon Andrews 43.61, and for Paul Croot 50 seconds exactly. You've got Matthew Ryder here trying to get the car started and fired up. It's stalled again. That's obviously the issue here with Matthew's car. He had a good qualifying to 38.08, but only finished up 6th in the runoff. So we were looking at 38 to qualify again. Revs are rising, and they went cleanly. 2.35 only to 64 feet, so not one of the quicker ones. Following Matthew's debut, then another one is a fairly low 8th position only in the first run-off. Matthew is crossing line of 38.16. Good up to the top of the pile at the moment. Trevor Willis leads the line 2.11. They were hoping to make amends for his slight error in the runoff. Time for Dave Uren, 38.48. Trevor slightly inside Dave Uren's time, so it should be a low 38 or a high 37. With a 38.05. Scott Brand left the line, 2.17.
Attention paddock, cars from batch 5 to the start line now please. Cars from batch 5 to the start line now.
So Alex Summers on his way, new hill record holder. Nigel put a bank here to qualify this time, a bit slower than Scott at the moment, all the way up. Half a second down Scott and Johnson. And Alex is a full second slower than Scott, 36.87. 36.87. Still second fastest qualifier. And Wallace thing is interesting, look at Scott and Alex's times. Their split between the exit and the finish was exactly the same as each other, 6.44 seconds. So Wallace now slightly quicker than Alex so far. Through to junction and second quickest through the exit, so it should be a low 36s for Wallace. 36.29. So looks this time Scott Moran leads the qualifiers. But again we'll confirm that very shortly. So Andy Tippett is up the hill in this remarkable old Brabham. When it won the runoffs back in 1970, it was doing 47 and 51. I think it was a wet day because it did a 48 the previous year, so 47 is probably the running time for that car in 1970. And he done a 58.10. Of course, there's a slightly different engine in 1970 and maybe more handleable. Anyway, George Cole up the hill in the lovely Chevron. 48.73, so that's a bit slow this first run, but it should still be enough to win the class, unless John Albison can find a couple of seconds. But no, he's slower than George at junction, so it looks like George will win that class. It's 52 seconds exactly for John Albison. So that's the end of that batch, and looking at the overall class positions in Class L, Alex Summers wins the class with his first run of 35.56, a new class record. Wallace Mingus is second, and Scott Moran third overall in that class. So we go back to that. Fourth position was Trevor Willis. And class fifth was Matthew Ryder. And sixth was Dave Uren. Now the running order for the round 14 of the British Hill Climb Championship. And looking at it, we have no double drivers this time around. So we'll run it in the order of reverse qualification. The first to run will be number 86, Simon Mackay. 789, Stuart Sugden. 7, Paul Hames. 93, Jonathan Varley. 6, David Uren. 9, David Warburton. 88, Richard Spedding. 708, Matthew Ryder. 5, Trevor Willis. 2, Ali Thummers. 1, Wallace Minges. And 4, Scott Moran. So the numbers only: 86, 789, 7, 93, 6, 9, 88, 708, 5214. Of course, before then we've got the Scottish Championship classes, which will be led off by Class SA, and it'll be Paul Hunter in the Renault Clio. Paul Hunter lays the line, flying 5th last in a very close battle with John Welsh and Colin McAteer. Over here, Paul Hunter, time at junction, and then nothing after that. So looks like Paul's had another issue after his open practice, and Colin McAteer will be getting a flag presumably very shortly. Well, Paul's made it through the S's in 98.59. still going on. Obviously some damage to the car perhaps, something electrical. 114.1 fall. So at least he's made it to finish. Maybe just a bit over exuberant again, and it's all V-spray. We'll find out about it when he comes back down again. And the fencing vans go back up again, so maybe more damage to our fence. So we shall let you know as soon as we find out.
cameras on you. Yeah, no, and unfortunately, no one's fault, mate. No.
So we've got the recovery vehicle coming back down here now, so maybe we'll get some action soon. Just wait for the fencing truck and mark of the course. Okay, so here we go, Colin McAteer having a bit of a wait, comes up the line in his Caterham. Hopefully driver and car have not suffered from the cold. Cole was third in class. And he's away. He'll be followed in rapid succession, hopefully. There's John Welsh in his Westfield. He was fourth in class, just 200 behind Colin. Colin safely through junction. And John Willis just leaves the line. Colin McAteer over the finishing line in 54.43. And behind John Welsh is Les Johnson in the dip. He'll be rapidly followed by Jim Howell in his Mini. With John Welsh heading up to the top of the hill. It's quicker than trying to call McAteer by 1.5 seconds at the moment. So we're going to move ahead of him overall with 52.93 for John Welsh. So quicker than Colin in that run, but not quick enough overall. Jim Howell has left the line, and now we've got Alan Cameron and his Porsche coming up to the line. So Les Johnson, the next time to be recorded in the Hillman Imp, is 61.83, first run up. Very standard Hillman Imp, I think, in 40 engines. 65 seconds exactly. Alan Cameron away from the line. And then the first of the two Subarus, James Fegan, who was in 6th place only in the class, while his teammate David Reed was lying second. So James was trying to catch up with David here. Jim Howard is over the line at 59.42. The line is lower. James Fegan is the first of the Flying Haggis. First of the Flying Haggis Subarus is away, while Alan Cameron approaches the S's. coming in 61.18, so no improvement in these classes here, maybe a bit colder. James Fegan's well as well the hill, followed by now David Reid. So we've got so the two flying Haggises on the hill at the same time. James Fegan 53.64, once again a bit slower. So nobody's improved in this class so far. David Reid lying second, needs to find a tenth of a second to go into the lead. And maybe no sign of Scott Brownlee, because the next car on the line is John Lowe in the next class. The time for David Reid 52.25. So that is not enough to move up. So if Scott Brownlee doesn't come, he's won the class anyway. Maybe he knew that before he decided not to run. John Lowe in the Peugeot 205. Roland Skinner followed by Leslie Ann Schooler, and then followed by Kenneth Sutherland. So Roland Skinner 54.32. So Kenneth Sutherland leaves the line.
Attention paddock, that concludes the timed runs. We'll now have the top 12 run off.
So the time for Leslie Ann Schooler of 65.40, and the time for Kenneth Sutherland of 55.95. So it looks as though we're not having the second run for the Mazdas or for Richard Morris and Tom Marr. Quickly running through those classes while we wait for the top 10 runoff. So Class SA, Scott Brownlee wins from David Reid and Colin McAteer. SB, Roland Skinner wins from John Lowe and Kenneth Sutherland. The Mazdas stay as Neil Godwin, James Coulthard and Christopher McDade. And the sports racing cars up to 71 is Tom Marr from Leslie Ann Schooler and Richard Morris. So once those cars come down to the top of the hill, and we'll have the top 12 runoff. without further ado, we're off and running. Simon Mackay, first runoff. Leaves the line, 2.31. Out at 14.37 to Garden Gate, 92 speed trap, 21.38 to the junction. It's 33.03 to the S's, so it will be 40.04 for Simon. After one Raptor, we have another Raptor, Stuart Hudson, number 789. Away, 2.29, so we're very close to Simon's time there. .4 to Garden, that's a second up nearly on Simon. 111 through the speed trap and 19.89 to junction. That's 1.5 seconds quicker than Simon so far. For Stuart. Up through the S's, 31.55, still 1.5 seconds, so it looks like it should be 38 here for Stuart. So 38.39. There's a big improvement on his qualifying run. So it's Paul Hames now in the 1.3 turbocharged Gould. Should be a quick start from Paul. 2.20. Quickest so far. Garden Gate coming up in 13.05. .97 speed trap, 19.72, so just ahead of Stuart Sugden by just under 2/10. Head up towards the S's. 31.5, almost the same as Stuart Sugden, 100 of a difference. It's quicker by 100, and it's a 38.09. So Paul takes the lead there. Jonathan Varley, who was very pleased to get some points in the first runoff, having had 4 11th positions so far this year. Now the point score is 2 points from the first runoff today. Can he score some more? .34 off the line, so the slowest so far. .39 to Garden Gate, so slower than Paul Hames. 109 up through the speed trap in 19.9. Johnson. So he needs to be below 31s here. 31.7. It's a bit slower than the previous two, so maybe go another high 30th. Oh, but 13.38. So 100th quicker than Stuart Sugden. So guarantees Jonathan at least 1 point from this run as well. So we go. Dave, you're in the GR55. He'll be hoping to improve on his 8th position for the first run. Number 6, Dave, you ready? About to go. And he's off. 2.38, so the slowest so far. We'll see he goes to Garden Gate. 30.03, that's the quickest. And 102 through the speed trap in 19.3 is the quickest to junction by half a second. So you get a 37 seconds out of this one, I would think. S is 30.78, that's a good second up nearly. And it's a 37.46 for Dave Duren. That takes the lead from Paul Hames. Now Dave Warburton in the GR59. Didn't qualify for the first runoff. Oh, he did. Sorry, he got 5th, sorry. He got 5th. Did he? Sorry, yeah, David got 5th in the first runoff. Sorry for that. 2.26, 13.4, 106, 19.88. So as far as Stuart Sugden and Junction. That's 1.18 through the S's, so that's the second quickest so far. That's a 37.63. That's another good position coming up for Dave Warburton. Richard Spedding now. So Richard did a disappointing first runoff, failing to score any points. .19, the quickest so far. Getting under 13 to Garden Gate. No, 30.14 and 107 through the speed trap. 19.67, second quickest so far to the junction. And 31.11, so still second quickest. So it should be 37, 37.69. So Faite slips down to 3rd overall at the moment. And now the top 5 of the championship. First, Matthew Ryder. Uh, 2.31. .78 to Garden Gate, so not quickest at all. 115 up to the speed trap and 20.13 to junction, so it's a bit behind here this time, Matthew. Get the power on across the meadow, and up East Bray. And 31.49, so getting wetter there, up to 4th quickest. And a 37.84, and he's 4th at this stage in the proceedings. But still 4 more to come. Starting with Trevor Willis. Trevor again was disappointed in the first one off. The second top race Bray. Typical Trevor quick start, 2.04. .83, first and under 13 seconds to Garden Gate. 116 and 19.09. So let's give it together. Trevor will get a 36 out of it maybe. 30.3 to the S's. Should get 36. 36.54. Going instantly. Now Alex Summers, who only qualified third for this runoff, still a 36.87, so a bit slower. And 2.02, again the quickest so far. It was under 12 seconds to Garden Gate the last time. 12.18 this time. 117 and 17.98, so well ahead of, over a second ahead of Trevor at the moment. Into this is 29.12, this will be a 35. 35.38. Exactly a second slower than his new hill record. I think the hill. Wallace Mingy's planting my ears down here as he lines up for his last run of the day. .94. As usual, express start from Wallace. And 12.46 only to Garden Gate, so behind Alex at the moment. 115 to the speed trap, 18.5, so Alex has still got an advantage of about half a second. Up to the S's. And yes, 29.8, so it's going to be a high 35s this one I think. It was a 36.10, so goes second. So just one runner to go, Scott Moran. Who's the only one to qualify in the 35s. Qualified at 35.87, and he needs another half second off that to win this runoff. .10. And 12.28, 111, 18.22. It's quicker than Wallace, but slower than Alex. As he goes through junction. Well, he's quicker than Alex by the time he gets to the S at 28.85. It could be a 34, a high 34, low 35.03. So yeah, another runoff victory here at Doune for Scott Moran. Yeah. So, finish the runoff there from Scott Moran. 35.03 takes the full 10 points. Alex Summers second, 35.38. Wallace Mingy's third, 36.10. Trevor Willis in fourth with 36.54. Dave Duran fifth, 37.46. Dave Warburton, another good run there to sixth, 37.63. Richard Spedding is seventh with 37.69. And Matthew Ryder, 8th at 37.84. Paul Hames 9th, 38.09. Jonathan Varley 10th, 38.38. Stuart Sugden 11th, 38.39. And Simon Mackay 12th, 40.04. That'll give Alex another point over Wallace in the championship now. After the end of those two run-offs today, the current positions in the championship after 14 rounds now are Alex Summers 133, Wallace Mingus 128, Scott Moran 121, Matthew Ryder 88, Trevor Willis 83, and Dave Uren 68. Then a bit of a gap to Richard Spedding 36. Dave Warburton moving up to 8th position in 27, and Will Hall and Paul Hames at 26. That's all for today. More again tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
Attention paddock, that concludes today's event. Believe it or not, there will be a prize giving this evening. The prize giving will be held in half an hour in the barn. That's a prize giving. Please come along and congratulate everybody that's been successful today.